Q1. 24% of firms, the reported outright decline in sales over the previous 12 months, down from 28% in Q1. 28% of firms expect Canada to be in a recession over the next year, down from 32% in Q1. And balance of opinion on indicators on future sales dropped to -6 from 22. Also, separate Bank of Canada Q2 survey of consumer expectations for the next 12 months shows 64.5% of Canadians expect a recession, down from 66.5% in Q1.
How's everyone doing today? Morning. Looks like a pretty solid bid out of the gate today. Good short-term trend as of right now. Russell, very nice hold of our 30-second opening range. Good bid above. ES into ADR could be a bit concerning. We'll have to see how that plays out here over the next couple minutes. But everything looks good. It's very solid uptrends as of right now. Again, ES is into ADR, which could be a bit concerning. We'll just have to see how that interacts. I think that it can probably head up to 75, guess, but again, we'll have to see. Okay. Just putting some levels on quickly.
Seeing shares of Verizon extending gained 4.7%, up the most since January 2024.
Morning. Okay. MQ looks really good still. See how we if we keep double topping here or if this holds. I think as long as 410 is kind of finding that bid, we're in an okay spot. ES and RTY just coming back down to their halfway backs. Probably one more leg down on ES if we can't get over this 70. That leg would just push us down into 66, 65. Just watching.
So we have posted out
NQ
both the
structure-wise looks
Consumer
fine,
Expectations Bank of Canada survey and the Bank of Canada Outlook survey for the business outlook.
Bid is at 410 on NQ. I'm thinking we're probably going to have to do one more leg down like this into here on ES. Again, we'll see. Russell looks fine. NQ just looks like it needs to flag it out a bit. Big buyer up here. Just need to see if they'll hold.
So just keep an eye on gold. Did touch 3,400, up about 1.5%. So as I said, it did touch about $3,400 an ounce, up by about 1.5%. Continuing to move higher there.
What other news do we have today? Nothing really on the table. Speaker-wise. Nothing Trump-wise either. See if that holds up. Yes, almost at target here. Just watching for Russell and ES to find bottoms. We are going to need to see a very clear push back over 410s on NQ specifically. Offer sitting there heavy, 170 contracts. Just watch it as we push down here into ES and RTY. Watch your offer into 410. Need to get over that. There's your bid on ES, right into our level. Pushing above our 410. Let's see if we can find a bid here again, or if offer is able to hold. Need to see a break of these downtrends. Offers move to 420 here on NQ from that 410. Let's see if this bid can sustain above, or if they continue to just absorb here. $50 till new 15s. I'm gonna move this to here just to denote the absorption that we're seeing. ES looks fine still. NQ is just a bit weak. $30. Little absorption into 400. Again, it's just this very tight range here. Need to see interest over this 410, 420. 400 bid is very clear. But we just have this offer above that we're going to have to deal with. Yes, holding POC on the daily. Change. RTY sideways. Just need to see how these balances finish out. New 15s have opened, opening below POC of previous candle on NQ. Just back to these two POCs that we have down here into 390, 400. Our daily POC is at 395, so I'm very curious to see if this goes resistance or if we we can find a bid here and then, you know, step up and continue onward like this, or if this will flip and then go offer rotations back down to VWAP. So this to me is where we'll want to see very clear buyers stepping in. We're going to get it into this 395, 400 and then flip us back up, or things could turn down short term for returns to VWAP before we can go higher. Seeing some absorption here into 394 and 395 on NQ. Sellers are getting absorbed, but we really need to break this downtrend short term. Sell side is just taking advantage of the lack of buying, aggressive buying that's happening. Yeah, still holding up just fine. Just waiting on NQ really to get any sort of strength. Not like that. I see the short, but I'm not too excited about it. Just kind of waiting here. Like I can see a potential short if you're trying off of 95 to like 402, right? Or a rotation down to 369, 375. Just using this as your our your risk, and then a push back down to here into VWAP. Like I see this, but I don't really believe in it all that much. ES to me looks a lot cleaner than NQ. Because I feel like if we get back over 400s and we see a bid, like this just goes back up. So I'm a bit concerned trying to take anything here, but this is a pretty clean risk here if you're looking for a short. I'm personally just gonna wait, but I do see this reversion to VWAP happening on NQ potentially here if we can't get back over 400s and sustain. Gonna wait for a cleaner signal. Four hundred is kind of my trigger either direction. Like sell side holds that and we can't sustain above, then downside very likely. If 400 goes supportive, then upside at least back up to 420 makes sense to me. So just really watching to see if this reversion trade is going to play out on NQ or not. Back to VWAP down at 370, 375, or if a flip over 400s and sustain happens. The VWAP reversion feels pretty likely at this point with the weakness. So again, like this, like 6 points of risk here, this like 95, 401 area makes sense, but it's a little too weak for me short term to actually want to bite the pull the trigger. And the reason why I'm a bit iffy on it is like the overall trend on the day is up, and so like yes, we're pulling back, and yes, there was some absorption above, but we're not seeing enough yet for me to consider that this isn't just a pullback. And like that might change, right? Like, but it's a little too passive on the sell side. It just kind of feels like the bid stepped out of the way. And if that changes and if it gets more aggressive, then yeah, we can look for shorts back down to like the 15-minute VWAP, and that'll give us an opportunity to get in. But it should be a bit clearer once it does happen. So I want to make sure that this isn't just a pullback, and I'm shorting, overall trend on the day. I don't want to be that guy. So a bit more clarity would be nice. Again, like buy side needs to show interest back above 400s and sustain. Mm-mm. Watching this 400. Need to see sustained bid above or the look back below should offer that sell down to V1. Again, I'm not convinced on the short or the long. Just need to see a bit more clarity. I think if we can see any sustained bid over 400s, it's just going to be a rotation back up to this 10 to 20. We have 3 minutes left on this candle. I promise I'll let you know if I get into anything. I'm just waiting. Be passive. Mm-mm. 50 seconds till new 15, so I'm hoping a setup occurs on new 15. Offer sitting into 400, 405, bid sitting at 390. Yes, and RTY just flat. Five seconds till new 15s. Opening above POC of previous candle so far. Just watching for a breach and hold on either side of this 390 or 400. The divergence between NQ and ES here is really interesting. Very clear lower high on NQ, very clear higher low on ES. See which side of the market wins out here. Again, bid has just been sitting here at this 390, and the offer on NQ has just been sitting at this 400, 405. So it's not incredibly clear. Just if RTY breaks out of this this range, we might have something with ES leading up. ES looks much better. Need the breakdown below 390 for any confirmation. Need the push above 400s and hold for any confirmation. Just sideways here at our 390. I don't mind the 395 as our offer for with a stop at 405, but if you don't have the ability to risk 10 points, then you might wait for the actual hold below 390. A very clear little balance here. Just waiting. Bid is still just absorbing into 390. Offer is still taking into 400. They're still just absorbing into 390. That's why I said we really need to see that thing flip. This 90 needs to sustain if we're gonna do this. 95 was able to hold. Just need to see this push back down to 70. About halfway to target here. Don't know how much more of a move we're gonna get with ES sideways still with Russell. Like this is just NQ kind of it's leading, right? But without ES and RTY following, I don't know how much more this is going to offer. Watching our 90 as we push back up. I really would like to see one more leg down on NQ just back to VWAP, but we need ES and RTY to break. For extra confidence. Yes, retesting Hive range with Russell. Again, it's going to be very hard for NQ to get this sustained push down to VWAP without it. It's a bit iffy with the divergence. I feel like if we get over 400s at all here and sustain, like this is over. But if we can maintain below, we're okay. I'm still fine with this 905 to 405. Whoa, what the hell is that? Can you hear that on my mic or no? It's like a jet just flew by, like a fighter jet. Air show. I feel like that already happened, didn't it? Maybe not. Dude, has it already been a year? I feel like the air show happens in August. No way that they're already here. Isn't it August 30th? Cleveland Air Show 2025. Yeah, like there's no way they're here 30 days early, right? Can you see the lake? Yeah, definitely. I don't see the plane though that's flying around. I'm waiting. Just hear it. 20 seconds, 2015s, still just balanced here with the failure on ES and RTY to lead down. NQ just getting a little pop below. Almost got the full target. Didn't fully breach, sadly. We see the sustained bid back over 400s. I think downtrend is done. And then we ate enough of these sellers down here into our lows that we can then see a bid back up. Watching the open of the new 15 here. You see how we have a potential bottom here.
Fed bids for 3-month
This
bills
low.
total
Oops.
$3.2 billion, and Fed bids for 6-month bills total
See if we can
$2.8
sustain
billion.
above. Or if this holds below. I just gotta wait and see. If we get back below 390s, sell side feels like it wins. If bid is able to sustain here and push above 400s and hold, then rotations back up makes sense. It's just incredibly tight here. Back to our 390 bid here. This is POC of previous candle. Just watching to see if we flip below this or not. Our 95 to 405 is still playing. There's no change there. Just need to see this offer flip here at 90s for that downside rotation, trapping these guys, or the flip back over 400s and bid for the upside. The issue here is that there's really not a great buy unless we can show that sustain above, and there's not a great sell here, right? Like we have flat POCs. You're only playing with the shorter time frame downtrend continuation play back to VWAP for the short. And again, like until we see the long actually play, there's not a great longing opportunity here. It's either sit on hands or try to play for the pullback until we have a confirmation of the long continuation back up to the absorption above. So it's one of those things where it's probably better to just sit on hands and wait for the reversion to VWAP. You don't need to play it. Or if you're willing, right, like it's 10 points of risk right now, 95 to 405 for the short. It's up to you. I'm not confident in either direction, really. But if 10 points is too much risk for an idea like that, then I totally get it. Just wait. Shit. I didn't go with that.
Ten minutes away from the bottom of the hour, we get the 3-month bill auction and 6-month bill auctions. 3-month for the US looking to sell $82 billion, and the US is looking to sell $73 billion of 6-month bills. Prior high yield for the 3-month of 4.245%, prior bid cover of 3.1. 6-month bill prior high yield of 4.125%, prior bid cover of 3.1.
They need to figure this out, man. ES diverging from NQ, but NQ still just maintaining here. Like there's no great, like I said, not a great setup. Just waiting. I have one on at 95 with a stop at 405, but I'm not incredibly confident in this. I did not take profit on the push down. Just letting it basically continuously go back to break even until we figure out what we're doing. This ES divergence is iffy. The longer we sustain here, the less likely that we will need to do the push down to full target. Just keep that in mind, right? Like if there's no pressure or from sellers to continue this move down, then we're going to need to retest the supply above first before we get the downside move. So I'm not trying to over leverage here whatsoever until I have confidence in a directional position. Offer is still just very clearly sitting at 400.
I'm just
Again,
going
I
to
have
get the
one
3-month
contract
and
on here
6-month
at
bill auction
395
data.
with the stop at
Prior high
405.
yield for the 3-month, full spot 2.45%, prior bid cover of 3.1, and 6-month bill prior high yield of 4.125% with a prior bid cover of 3.1.
If we start to sustain above 400s, then upside just feels so likely. It looks okay. Just let's see which way we head.
Surely expecting the 3-month and 6-month bill auction data.
$40 till new 15s. Again, very flat market, very clear absorption on both sides. Just waiting for a break before I actually put size on. I'm short 1 from 395, stop 405. I'm more than fine getting stopped out of this if we're going to breach to the highs and actually show sustained bid. Until then, I'm just playing the range right now with this failure above 400s. As soon as we start to be able to sustain above 400s and bid, then sell side is probably invalidated. If we can start to build below 85.90, sell side probably gets the push down to 65.70. Just, again, waiting to see what happens. New 15's opening now. I see a possible buy trade here with POC holding with your stop below value low previous candle. If you want to attempt that, I see that as a potential setup. Right, you're watching this as your risk right now for upside rotation back up to 420 off of the open of the new 15. So see which way we go.
US 3-month bill, a high yield of 4.240% and a bid to cover of 2.98. US 6-month bill auction data with a high yield of 4.115%, bid cover of 3.060%. So the US selling $25 billion of 3-month bills at a high rate of 4.240%, awarding 25.24% of bids at high. And the US is selling $76 billion of 6-month bills at a high rate of 4.115% and awarding 81.60% of bids at high.
Jesus, what a brutal consolidation. 30 seconds till noon 15s. We came into 50 cents of my stop. 405 still holding offer, no change. Need a bid to sustain here if we're going to go up. There's not a lot to talk about. Mm-hmm. 5 seconds, new 15s. See if they can show interest above this 405, 410, or if offer maintains and we can show interest below 390 for continuation. Just range bound. Hmm. Holy. If you're in this trade with me, this is a great first PT. We've got a minute until new 15s. Just a full range oscillation, potential double bottom here on NQ. We'd like to see a very clear lower high form on open of new 15 if this is going to continue down. Invalidation is still above 405. We held that, no change. Seeing that absorption into the highs still happening. But there's very clearly someone taking in size down here into our 80. I don't know. Let's see what happens here into the open in the 15, 20 seconds. But you're 10 points in profit right now. So either set to break even or keep stop where it is or take profit. It's up to you. I cannot be bothered to do anything. Just waiting. I'd like to see us push into target, but I have zero confidence in anything because of how slow we are. 75 is first target. There you go. Jesus. Oops. So to me, this is target. If we flip this, then maybe room down to 50, 40 to 50, but this is VWAP on the shorter time frame into 70. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. This is one of those good things of being like, I understand what my risk is. I'm just letting it play, right? No, it is what it is. So just sitting through that, but understanding where I'm wrong and when I'm not. So again, this is just full PT. If we can flip below, then maybe one more leg down into 40, but we're going to need to see ES and RTY show interest below our yellow boxes here. Right now, this is just kind of our bid. So this is what I see. Just to give perspective of why I was willing to just kind of sit in that. This is what I see on Footprint. While we don't have a ton to do. Do we see how we have this absorption into our highs into 420? And then we see the seller step down and absorb here into 410. And then we get this rotation down from that. And then we see this buyer into 400, 405. You see how my stop is just sitting above this absorption? And my average here is right into this 95. So this is just what we have on our risk, right? Now it's just a matter of, can this absorption that's moved down, right? Again, this is sellers absorbing. This is sellers absorbing. This is sellers stepping down. So we're just rotating now back to this buy side absorption here into our 65, 75. And we can see that here, right? So if we get below this, we have another leg down. But as of right now, it just looks like balance to me between here and here. You see what I mean? After we saw this offer step down, and then buyers get absorbed here, and then offer stepping down like so, right? So now it's just a matter of what do we do from here? I'm unsure. But I want to just point that out of like what I saw and why I was willing to put risk on there at 405. And that's that. So now it's just a matter of, can we get below this here at 65, 75, or is this our bottom? And I think that there's a good chance that this is our low. But if that 65 goes offer, more downside definitely can occur for rotation down to like 40s. You see what I mean? Yes or no? Any questions about this? Do we see this absorption here? Do we see this absorption here? Do we see the offer stepping down? Do we see the choppy range? Okay. As long as, like, again, like nothing's invalidating, so it's just one of those things where, yes, it's choppy, but mechanically nothing has changed, right? It just looks like a rotation back down to this passive buyer who absorbed here into 65, 75. And now it's just a matter of like, which way does this range break? So here's our 65. That is target. That is our daily value low here into 70 to 65. We would need to flip that, and then that needs to go offer for anything more downwise. We can see that this is where we wicked into our low last attempt here into this liquidity. So until we can get below that, that is PT. I don't know if anyone actually was willing to stay in that with me, but that is full trade. Yeah, it took a bit of time, but, you know, risking 10 points for, right? Like, you have to look at the bigger picture, and it's like, it's a 3-to-1 almost. And you could have gotten a better entry than me. It's fine, but like risking 10 for our rotation back down to VWAP off of just like our failure there just makes sense. Risking 10 for 30 is always going to feel not bad.
And just seeing a report here from Fox News, Fed Chair Powell hit with criminal referral by House GOP Trump ally. So, from Fox News, Representative Luna refers Powell to DOJ for criminal charges. We have posted out the article in the feed for you to read through as well. So further detail into this, Luna is accusing Powell of perjury on 2 occasions, according to a letter to the Department of Justice, first obtained by Fox News Digital.
40 seconds till new 15s. Just fall rotation down to target into 65.70. Just like we talked about. Yes, still holding where it needs to. Russell weakening.
So Luna in the letter said on June 25th, 2025, Powell provided testimony under oath before the U.S. Senate Committee on Banking, Housing and Urban Affairs regarding the renovation of the Fed's SLS building. In his statements, he made several materially false claims. Specifically, she accused him of lying about lavish amenities and the Fed's SLE's building and misrepresenting its state of maintenance.
New 15. Again, all we've done is revert to our VWAP here on NQ and ES. We're seeing some absorption at 390. We're watching to see if that offer can hold here or if this is going to maintain, right? So we're looking to see if sell side can hold basically here, right? And if we can then rotate down to this liquidity here. If the bid is able to maintain, there's nothing else to do here, right? This will just be buyers here at this 65 to 70 for rotations back up to here, to our 395, right? So we're just watching to see if this can hold here into our low and then rotate up, or if this seller here can maintain this low and then step us down. If they can step us down like so, then we should see one last push down into our 15-minute VWAP here into 40 to 50, right? Which is why that's my secondary target, would be our 15-minute reversion here to VWAP. Right now we're just on our RTH VWAP at our 60 to 70, right, sitting right here. So we're just watching to see which way this breaks. If this 65 to 70 continues to hold and we can start to maintain above, then we can look for this rotation back up. If this is able to hold here at our 80 to 90 as our offer, then we should step down and look for that secondary leg below, like I have on chart, right? So we're just watching this. We can see the new 15, we're opening below this value low, or sorry, value high, and we can see again this absorption into 390. So as long as this is maintaining, this secondary try makes a lot of sense that we're doing here. Yeah. I'm still in from 95s, but I don't mind this short here playing off of this. If we can get below this 65, then you should get your secondary leg into this liquidity below. God damn it. Plus, again, just this push into this liquidity here in VWAP. But we gotta show interest below here. The 65.70 is pretty key. This is our value low on the daily here on NQ. Any questions about that, or does that make sense of why I'm targeting what I'm targeting and what I'm looking at? Okay. Again, we got to get below this 65, or that's going to be where we continue to see this bid happen. Offer sitting at 78. Just watching to see how we interact here. So we held our value high of our previous candle to POC as resistance, right? We can see that the buyer got absorbed here into these deltas and the highs, right? Failure to get over this value. And we're rotating back down to our 65. So very good first risk off if you are playing off of this 80 to 90. If we can get below 65s and hold, we should see one last leg down to our 15-minute view up at that 40 to 50. So, yep, gotta flip this, or this is where we'll find bid again. But great first risk off if you are playing off of that. And again, like this is just watching our absorption, right? Our sellers step down and absorb these buyers. We saw them step down here. We see them step down here and take in, right? We can see this visually. That's clear. And we're just holding below POC to value high of our previous candle, right? So if we can step below 65s and hold, then again, one more leg down potentially here into this liquidity. And our 15-minute view up, which is sitting here at 40s. But we gotta flip this, ideally with a sweeper. Yeah. Nothing has changed in our plan.
So it's getting wider reports now of the article Fox News that Fed Chair Powell hit with criminal referral by House GOP Trump ally.
Offer sitting into 75.80, bid sitting at 65, just rotating to here. Not much to talk about. 2 minutes till new 15s. We did reversions to VWAP, yes into VWAP here. NQ rotating down, trying to push through this liquidity. So far, nothing. Just went to target. Now it's just a matter of seeing if this liquidity can step down again or if this is going to reverse. We have 1 minute until new 15s. Again, offer is just at the 75.80. Bid is at the 65. Need to get back below 65 for more, or this is it. New 15. POC at 65 at previous candle. Value high sitting here at our 73. Just back into our 80.
Fitch Ratings says that France's ambitious consolidation package is unlikely to pass as proposed. We have posted out the piece from Fitch Ratings again. France's ambitious consolidation package is unlikely to pass as proposed. Further details into this, then France's proposed 2026 budget measures could help improve fiscal outruns, but the likelihood of Parliament approving the package in full is very low. Persistent political fragmentation, the risk of social unrest, and weak economic growth means bringing down France's sizable deficit will remain challenging.
What's up, 60 hour? Yeah, very slow. We just played this short from 95 down to 65. Now just waiting. Very slow. I don't trade gold or oil really. I traded oil a little bit when there was like huge news. But not a huge fan of those markets. They're just a little too volatile for me. I feel like gold traders like only trade gold. And like yeah, that's like the only thing that they do. And oil traders usually only trade oil. Like you kind of find something that you like and then you stick with it. I don't try to like I think trying to do too much and being all over the place can be detrimental. Not all of your strategies are going to work on all instruments. Just gold just feels weird to try to trade. Like both gold and oil are just like insanely highly manipulated. So trying to like bet off of liquidity just doesn't really make sense in my mind. Like it's very hard for me to wrap my head around because I like this is a personal opinion, but I don't think oil objectively trades. based off of supply and demand. I think it's very manipulated. So it would be really hard for me to build a strategy that makes sense within my framework. And I feel very similar about that about with gold. Like I feel like they're both highly manipulated. But I could be wrong. I'm not a gold or an oil trader. But that's my assumption. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think like oil, when I trade oil, it's because there's a very clearly defined range. And then I'll just play like the balance. But I have no projections for price because of I just don't believe that it actually trades based off of supply and demand. But like there's very clearly buyers and sellers at certain levels, and you can trade around that once you identify them. But I don't know how to project those. All we did was trade into our value low of the previous candle, of our sell side where we took our short. I am just waiting to see how this plays out. There's not much here. We absorbed into this so far into 90s again. Um, I don't have an opinion. Downtrend still persisting overall from our high. Bid is still just at that 65 like we talked about. Offer is still here into our 90. We're just watching to see how we interact here. Mario might not be getting on today, by the way. He messaged me. There's a high chance that he will not be here. So you're stuck with me in the chat. New 15 opening above POC. As long as this can sustain, we can push back up into that 400, 405. See what it can do here. Buyer attempting to try to absorb this seller here into 88. See if they can maintain the higher low, or if this still is just our same offer as before. Again, we were short 95 to 405 before. We have done nothing to invalidate that as a short. We're just seeing the bid show at that 65 that we took profit into. And now we're rotating back up to our original short entry. We're seeing buyers try to step up here at 85 to 90. If they fail, it'll just be a rotation back through, would be my guess, on a offer below 85.90. Yeah. So far, holding POC and value high of previous candle, pushing up into our original offer. Again, this is just our original short into 95 to 405. Need to show interest above for anything more. You can try to short 400, stop at 405, but with the look below, we should think that we take out our high. That's my guess. So I don't think that this is a great trade on the look back in, right? I think that we take this high out, but if we step back below and then offer it, I think that then it's playable. So just, again, we took out our low of this range and we've pushed back up above. So I am under the impression that we take out
According to Stats
this
Office,
high.
Nigeria's first quarter oil production at 1.6 million barrels per day.
If we push back through, there's potentially something. So just keep that in mind. Just waiting. There's our look above, just like we talked about. Again, it's only a valid short if this holds and we see some absorption here, and then we offer back below 400s. Like this, you shouldn't be looking for a short until we push back below. Without it, it's, again, like all we did was to sustain our bid at our bottom here. And this is just a rotation back down, and then we had a failure here at our 65s and a pushback into value. So now that we're back inside of value and we've rotated back up, we are now at our value high here into 410, 405. What we're looking for is a potential failure, right? If we see a failure at our value high and then a pushback below and then a lower high, that is a trade that's worthwhile playing, right? This is a bounce at POC here on the daily off of a failure at our value high, and then a look back in and a lower offer playing off of this 400, 405 for 5 points of risk for a rotation down, offering like a 3-to-1. But just back into our 80. But if this fails, if the bid is able to sustain here instead of fail, where we saw this supply before, and this is now supportive, then we can look up for a continuation on the day. So it's really just a matter of what happens here. And is there a sustained bid that steps in to rotate us back up, or is this just going to be where they absorb again, just like on the last attempt, like we can see here, where sell side then made a lower high. I'm just going to show this like so. So offer step down, lower high, rotation down. Now we're stepping back up and we're watching to see if the bid is able to sustain here and then rotate above this 420 for a continuation higher. That would lead to an upside move targeting like up here into this deviation up into 460. Is this going to fail and then we step back through our 400, that goes offer, and then we rotate back down to this POC here. So I don't have a great answer for you. all we could take away from this so far is with this failure at our low and us pushing back into our range here at 380, 390, right? This is the range we were trading before. We were expecting this high to be taken because we had offside liquidity outside of our balance. Remember, our balance being 380 to 400, right? So as soon as we're able to hold this 380 and we have this liquidity who's offsides, I'm expecting this high to be taken. Now it's a matter of, from this, we took out this high, do we hold here above this supply that was sitting here before at 400? Or does this flip back to resistance and then does it rotate back through our already established range, giving you a trade back down to 380? Again, I don't have the answer for you, but this is what I see. I'm considering this kind of our balance rotation here. So if we step back into this balance, I would then expect this to then rotate through it. But if we can sustain above balance high, then I would expect us to continue higher. Are there questions about that, or does that make sense? Okay. Forty seconds till new 15s. New 15. Opening at POC previous candle here at 405. See if we can sustain here, or if offer is able to hold and we push back below for the lower high. As of right now, bid looks okay. Just need to see how we interact here at our pivot, previous supply. So good bid and hold at our 400, 405 supply from before. Now flip demand, pushing up into our previous absorption here. So this is 10 points so far. If we can continue to push, then we keep going. If it continues to fail here, then this is just new balance until we figure it out. This is ES back into our previous resistance here. NQ back into its previous resistance. Again, just about building here.
According to a government statement, UK government and OpenAI have signed a new strategic partnership. UK government says OpenAI may also explore developing an AI-enabled research and development infrastructure in the UK.
Back to POC of previous 15, still the same sell side absorption here. You are trading off of 400, 405. This is your first risk off into 413, just our value high here. We need to see a very clear interest back above. We are holding our key pivot of our previous balance high. There is no change in our pathing. Got our rotation up into our sell side absorption, rotated back down into our previous seller, which is now our buyer. And we are stuck here. So again, great first risk off. If we can start to build above here, then rotations up. Makes sense for our continuation of our higher time frame pathing. There's not a lot here. We have 20 seconds until new 15s. We're watching to see if we can continue to sustain this upside rally with POCs holding us supportive, or if this absorption is still absorbing. New 15 is open, flat POC. We're, again, watching, we are watching to see if this is a very clear lower high or if bid is going to be able to sustain. It is very clear that this 413 here and our value high is what our offer is looking to hold. You are watching to see if this can sustain, right? This is a value, a look inside of our value edge, and it's holding as resistance. We are watching to see if they're
surely expecting the Federal Reserve pre-correlation data,
or if this is just going to balance here. I don't have an answer for you as of yet, right? All I know is that we looked above our value high, which is here, and then we've held it as resistance on open of new 15, right? That can lead to a downside move back to POC, which can lead to a secondary leg, or we could just balance here, right? And if we start to balance here and then look above like this, then it's more upside is to follow. So it is just balance. We are just watching to see how we are interacting between our known seller above and our known buyer below, which creates balance until we can breach and hold either side of this tail, of this distribution, right? We have two tails. We have a tail here and here. We're watching to see if this holds as resistance or this holds as supportive on a look above or below. And until then, you will be balanced in this distribution, which is why we have it marked as we do. This is the long side risk right now, right? 400 to 405, just like it was the short side risk. There's nothing else here. It's just up, and you're waiting to see if we get this push above. Pivot. We traded right into PVZ value high there at 422. This is our sell side absorption from earlier this morning into our wick high at 25s. Again, not a ton here until we show interest above. We have 5 minutes left on this candle. Potential lower high here with 18s going offer for rotations back down to 405. We are just keeping an eye here to see if the bid can sustain. We ideally want to see off of this very clear lower high that's being put in, right? If this can sustain here, then this can be a flag. And then we can look for this push up. That is what I'd like to see, ideally, right? Us maintaining our value to halfway back here as we're rotating down and then stepping over this for continuation higher. Again, this is just our pathing that we marked out. There's been no change of this. It's just the hold here from our look back into balance and then our push and then hold above our balance high. As long as our balance high is holding here, which is marked as pivot, I don't see a great short. This is just where we absorbed last time, which we have clearly marked. We're watching to see if we can maintain the mid of this range, right? This is our upper balance. I will label that as such if that's easier for you to understand. Upper balance. And this is our lower balance. Does this make sense? Do we get what I'm saying? Of this being our pivot. This is where we shorted originally, right? It's our rotation down. We found liquidity at our lows. We then bid back above our lower balance. We got back into our balance, which led to a rotation back through, right? So this not holding as resistance and this flipping to supportive led to this upside move. And because we had liquidity trap below that, and we got back above, we can expect this high to be taken, right? So that high was taken. We are now sustaining above where the seller was sitting before, which is allowing for an upside move to occur. All we did was from this upside move, rotate back up to a known sell side value, right? Where the seller was sitting last. So this is our upper balance that we're now rotating through and building above this lower balance, right? As long as it's sustaining, we're in an okay spot. We are ideally looking for this value high on NQ to maintain, right? Which is what we just talked about, which is the middle of our upper balance here. But we'd like to see this value high on our daily profile, ideally sustain and build out. And if we can then sustain and push above our wick high and build here, then we can look for more upside, targeting 34s and then targeting our push into here, into this like 50 to 60 area. But we got to show interest first, right? Right now, you're just in this upper balance and we're trying to build. We shall see what happens now. ES is very flat here. There's not a lot of interest above, but we are trying to build in our value high. If that can sustain and build above our value high, then we have expansion on our hands. If this fails, right, and we are unable to show interest above our value high, and this rejects, then it's just going to be a rotation back down to POC. And we're very clearly just trapped here in balance on the day in this oscillation, right? So it's really just what happens up here. Can we sustain, or is this same seller who was here in the morning still positioning here, still willing to take in size and not allowing for expansion on the day? Further expansion, I should say. Do we have any questions about that? Does that make sense? Like, what's everyone's mindset right now? We good? Is this all, are you able to read this yourself? That's the most important thing. Does this all make sense with what we're talking about? Do you guys see this lower balance? Do you see this upper balance? Do you see how positions were chopping here? Can we understand why this is considered a balance here? Do we see the look below? Do we see the step back above on this buyer? Do we see the sustain above what was our previous sell? Are there any questions on that, or is that all pretty evident? Is the pivot calculated from 11:30 to 11:45 footprint? It is this POC to wick high, where we're seeing this absorbed buyer, right? And it's from this value low to this POC here as well. It's just what I was seeing on Dom. This technically can go all the way up to 410s, ideally, right? All of this buyer was absorbed, and this is just a seller who stepped in. But I like refining it a bit more to it's what we were talking about earlier in the day. It's where I took my short, where we saw the offer step down. So like if you look on our, here, I'll bring this up on Tradeovate so you can see what I see again. Let me move this over. You see how we have this very clear node that's built out here? Do you see how this is a huge node of buying that happened? From 390 to 405 is our edge. So we're just looking at our high volume node edges. And that's where this 405 is at this edge of this node where buying happened, right? This is where all of this buying happened, and where we looked above, and then absorbed into this, and then offer stepped down for a lower high, right? And then we rotated down, and then we traded in this lower balance here. And then we looked above this balance high, trapped again, and then offer stepped down, and then led to this rotation, right? Offer stepping down after trapping these guys on the highs, just like it did here, off of the look above and failure, look back below, offer through, look back above, failure, offer through, right? And then we have a trapped seller into our lows.
33 counterparties take $213.666 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
And then we rotate up. And then this is where we trapped on the last attempt. We look above. This then holds. You can see this buyer holding here. This is our pivot. And then we've rotated back up into our original offer again, right? And now we're trying to step up here again, which is allowing this balance to form, right? We had a singular node here before on the day, and now this is turning into an overall distribution, right? With this node now forming up here. This is our upper balance. This was our lower balance. And then we had our low here where these buyers were, these sellers were absorbed into this bottoming. So now we're getting an overall node, and these two distributions that we have here from 405 to like 380, and this 405 to 424 is turning into a singular distribution. Sorry, losing my voice. So all I'm playing around is this edge here. This is our high volume node edge, high volume node edge. And we're using this as our hold at this 405 to 400 because we see that this is where all of this buying happened. So as long as we're maintaining above this, upsides feels likely. But at any point this goes offer again, I would then be looking for rotations back down to where these guys were absorbed last into 385 here, 390. All right. But do we see, like, the most important thing to be able to see is this is very clearly absorption here. This is very clearly absorption here. This is very, very clearly someone who's trapped into this low. And then the bid is stepped up, right? If we can spot these key areas, then we can play around this market. We can see that this seller is off sides and the bid is now stepped up here. And then the seller is now off sides here at this 85.90. We can see that the bid or the supply before was being absorbed, right? So the buyers were being absorbed here into this high, and then the offer stepped down and that led to this rotation here. We can see that after we were able to push above, we see some absorption. Buyers were absorbed here. The offer stepped down and this led to a rotation through. We're now recovering that level and we've rotated up and we're now just back into this absorption here from 20 to 25. And we are in a balance from 2025 as our high to 400, 405 as our low right now. This can go a little bit lower into like 95s, but this is just our balance here. So until we can breach and hold above this 25, 18 to 25 or below this 400, 405, there's not a lot to be expected. It's just our upper balance that we're building out. Did that answer your question, or are you more confused? Okay. Gotta break these higher lows, or these lower highs, or we might need to do a full rotation back down to 400, 405. We can't get back over this 18. Again, it is incredibly important for us to start to be able to build over these highs and not just double top here into our wick high from earlier on the day. If this continues to hold, right, it's just going to have to come down back to our buy side liquidity down here.
According to a letter here, US House lawmakers ask Microsoft, Alphabet, Meta, and Amazon CEOs to answer if they have adequate safeguards to address concerns about China and Russia targeting submarine cables. Lawmakers want tech companies to disclose if Huawei Marine, China Telecom, and China Unicom are providing maintenance of or servicing to cable systems with US ownership stakes. Zelensky says a meeting with Russia and Turkey is planned for Wednesday.
Boy. into POC of previous candle here into R20. If this like 18 to 25 continues to hold offer, then there's no more upside short term. We're going to have to wait for a rotation back down to 400, 405 for another test liquidity wise. We held where we wanted to based off of pathing, but we got to step over. There's no interest above, then we're going to have to go down further to seek liquidity first before we can go higher. See what they do here. If what I'm saying isn't making sense to you, it's the same logic we apply here at our low of this being our pivot. This is our pivot above, right? So if we are going to maintain balance, this is your risk, right? For rotation back down to balance low. Does that make more sense if I put it in that sense, where this is our risk to the upside? This is our risk to the downside if we maintain a lower high and can't get over this. Then it's just a rotation back down to this pivot. We need to show interest above for upside expansion, or this lower high offer will maintain, and then this risk is just into this high, where you're looking to see if sell side can maintain this, or basically a look above, a failure, and then a look back below, right? What we need to see instead is this seller not be able to hold this, price being able to push above, and then start to sustain. If we can do that, then we can look up. Again, that's why I have this labeled as upper balance with 2 zones where I want to be playing around. Brew, get me out of here. As we push down to our low of our upper balance, this should be your first risk off if you are shorting off of our 418 to 425 area. If that's really it. Just watching to see how we interact here. There's no change in any of our stuff. Offer still holding into our highs, bid still holding into our lows. Just balance like we talked about. Jesus. Your risk right now for a continuation trade is just, are we holding below POC, a previous candle, to value high, a previous candle, right? You're watching to see if the offer can maintain this lower high, if it's going to continue down. Just an FYI. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Right, we already knew that our offer was sitting here. We already talked about this as a trade for rotation down. You're now watching to see if sell side is going to step down again here, holding this area as resistance for a lower high continuation down. Just balance, but what you're seeing now is a failure at our highs, right? A look below an offer. Now we're watching to see if this seller that's sitting here, right, into this node can hold this for a continuation down, or if this is just going to continue to balance here. Unsure. That's your risk. What's up, Kevin? Yeah. I mean, there's not much right now. Again, it's just we're playing off of this supply from our highs earlier in the day. And you are stuck, basically, price is in, just trying to develop out a node up here in what we are labeling as our upper balance, where we expect price to just rotate in between until we either see a very clear break above our sell side absorption that we're seeing up into these highs, or back below this pivot low. We can see on our 15 minutes candles, right, that we had this balance here. with this 400, 405 being our high. And then this high being our wick high here at 25 to 18. So we identified this as where buyers were being absorbed, and we are calling this our upper balance, whereas this is our lower balance between 400 to 380. So as long as we're maintaining in this, I don't expect a ton of movement. We know that the seller is sitting up here. So you have two opportunities, right? You can attempt to short this for rotations back down to our balance low, right? Which is this trade, because we have identified a seller. And until that seller leaves, all we're watching for is a very clear look in and then offer lower, right? Which is what we did. So this is just a balance rotation out of this node that's building out. If we can push below, right, we are looking for a continuation and a rotation of our lower balance. So right now, again, you are just stuck in balance with NQ holding below our daily value high off of a look above and failure to push. So what we should be expecting is if we continue to maintain below our value high here, right, and there's no interest to step up, that we are going to ideally rotate back down to POC. If there is no interest above, and we can't show any sort of interest above our value high edge here, and we are unable to sustain above this pivot, right, very clear, this is our pivot right now. If we can't find a bid to step above, we should rotate down to POC, where liquidity was found last. So that's the idea. There's no reason to be looking for expansion until we show interest above our value high and a sustained bid that wants to step over these highs. Right now, all we have is this just structure that is very clearly a sell up in our highs, and we have stepped back below our value edge, which is signifying that we most likely want to rotate back down to POC. That being said, as long as we are holding this pivot, there's not a lot here, right? It's just balance. And we are in the middle of our range. So I need to see us either show liquidity down here and then step back up and then show interest above here to go up, right? We need to build above our absorption, make it supportive, or we will look below after testing into POC, and then this will hold it as our resistance, and then we will look for a rotation down. So that's why we have what we have labeled. Because it's just expect balance until we see a side show interest above or below. It doesn't make sense to look for anything else. So my trading is just a mix of using footprint and volume profile. Right now, we are looking to see if sell side is stepping down. So we already know that there are sellers very clearly in this red box. That's why we have it labeled as such. Right now, we're watching to see if on this open of the new 15, and now the hold, if we can hold this area, right? This is where sell side is trying to step down here for a lower high, right? So if they can hold a lower high, that is just a very good sign that we need to fully come back down into this liquidity. How did we find this lower high? Well, it's our value high on the daily profile, but it's also our value low to our value high of our previous 15-minute candle based off of footprint. So it's like either this becomes supportive and we look above and hold it, or we hold a lower high and then we rotate down and we dip into this liquidity below. That would be my guess. This is first PT. That's your full balance rotation here. So even if you didn't get in here, right, it's just the secondary entry worked just as fine off of the hold of our POC of previous candle for the offer and rotation back down. So there's nothing really much else here. We're looking to see if the buyer is able to hold this and then make a higher low, recovering our 405 here, 4 rotations back up, or if we need to rotate down and then we test this 400, 405 as our offer for a rotation of our lower balance. Regardless, this is your first risk off. Just bottom of our balance. Just like we talked about. 40 seconds until noon 15s. Liquidity at our pivot held, rotation back up to our offer here, and POC of previous candle. Need to see us step back above for anything more. This is a great first risk off if you are playing off this lower edge. If we can step over this 420, we'll look for that flag to form like we have on pathing, but this is just where that offer was sitting last. So we always want to be risking off one into our first, where the seller stepped down, right? Which is right here. If we can step over this and make it supportive, then we get more upside potential.
CBO says Trump tax law will add $3.4 trillion to deficits over decade.
Oh boy. Man, afternoons have just been so much fun.
NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $67.20 a barrel, down 14 cents, 0.21%.
NYMEX diesel August futures settle at $2.50 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline August futures settles at $2.13 a gallon. NYMEX nat gas August futures settle at around $3.32 a
20 seconds till new 15s, just at our 400 liquidity, like we talked about. No interest above, look back below. We'll see if we can hold this 400 on open of new 15 and step back over 405, or if we flip below and then look for this as our short idea on a failure to get back above. New 15s have opened, opening below POC. Watching to see if we can hold that as resistance for a continuation down to daily POC here at 395, or if we flip back above this 405 and make it supportive for rotations back up to R14 PVZ. See what they do. It is very clear that we're in a short-term downtrend. We can see we are holding below POCs on this push down. It is a very slow grind, but we have been making these lower highs just like we talked about, which has led us back down to our 400 liquidity. 400 is still where the buyer is sitting, but we need to see if the offer can lower below this for any more downside, or this is just more of the same, right? Again, this is the short setup that has been the same trade. Failure to show interest above this. We look back to 400 liquidity. This is just this. We just did this. We have now pushed down. We should find a bid here in a second.
Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500. Seeing some movement towards the downside here. Again, no headlines to back the movement up.
Let's see if we retest this 400 and that stays offer for rotation and continuation down. Just had a bit of a puke off of the push below. Should just get a reoffer here. See if this will hold. Let us see. We are here. Very similar on ES as well. As long as we're holding below our value edge, should be able to get a continuation trade to see what happens here. But this is what we'll be watching for our offer for continuation down, if it's going to fail to get back above this pivot on ES.
S&P says prices of building materials are expected to rise as a result of tariffs.
You see how we're just holding on the open of the new 15, our value structure? We're holding our value structure.
S&P
pushing
also adds
down.
that construction market in the US is expected to be the most impacted by tariff policies and will slow throughout the latter half of 2025.
Brent crude futures settle at $69.21 a barrel, down 7 cents or 0.1%.
Retesting our offer here into 400. See if we can hold below this 400, 405 area. Or if we flip back to supportive with a sell side failure here. Unsure. But we should respect our pivot. See if we flip back above and hold it as supportive, with then 400 being our stop for a long, or if we can hold tier, absorb, and then push down further, continuing the downtrend. I am out my first contract here into our low of our balance, of our lower balance off of the rejection of our pivot. So this is our secondary leg down from our first failure here, and then the rotation and flip of our 400 pivot. Looking for potential continuation down to VWAP and our value low for our next risk off as we push down into 375, 380. You guys see what I mean though? Like, it's slow, but if you are executing at our edges, the trades are structured. The trades make sense. We can predict what is going to happen and where price is going to go because it is just balance, right? It's been the same concept for the last few days where we develop our balance, we label our balance, we have an understanding of where price needs to offer, where it needs to push through, where expansion occurs on either direction, and you just play your edges with limited risk. I mean, these areas where I'm marking are not huge risk. They're not even 10 points. They're like 6 points, if that, right? On NQ. I mean, that's insane how small of a risk you're putting on for just these rotations down. You just have to allow the trade to play. Is it boring? Yeah, it sucks. But like, is it possible to make money in this market? Yeah, definitely. You just need to be patient and allow things to play. Yeah, like it's like it sucks, but like, is it playable? Yeah, completely. Would I prefer speed? 100%. But balance is still balance. And it's one of those things where like I said on Friday, if you're unwilling to trade balance, then you don't need to be here, right? We know that the morning has the more trending movement. We know that afternoons have been very balanced lately. And so if this isn't your market type, or if you aren't comfortable in the situation, you can either use this as an opportunity to practice right now, right? And trade what I've been saying and talking about and putting on screen, or you can leave and come back and just trade mornings, right? Know where your edge is. Either use this as an area to practice and to get better at balance trades, or leave. You don't need to trade the full session. Trade where you have edge, where your strategies work. But if you're going to sit here and not attempt the edges with these limited areas of risk, right, where we're transacting, then like, what's the point? Yeah, I mean, it's slow, but like it's playing. Everything's played. That was our push down into VWAP there. Don't know if we can breach. Let's see if we can do it. Still opening above, below our previous POC. Trying to hold this POC to value low on offer. If we're going to get another leg down, that would be ideal. Right, so this 395 to like 390 right now. That's what we're watching to see if the offer can hold for a continuation down. I am out one more here. I have one left. See what happens as we push down. This is full target for me. So now I'm just in a runner. If we can flip this and make this offer at our 380, then we can rotate down to our 15-minute VWAP at 360 for another 20 points. And again, this is just value low to POC holding on open of new 15, allowing for another continuation down. This is, again, full target into our VWAP on NQ. That is 5 points of risk that we just played off of. This is our bounce at our value low on NQ, as well as our reversion to our VWAP. So bid is to be expected here. We just need to see how much of a bid we're going to get after that. There's going to be some profit taking into there.
Fitch Ratings says policy risks cloud US credit outlook. We have posted out that piece from Fitch on the feed for E33. So Fitch Ratings has lowered around 25% of 2025 US sector outlooks to deteriorating in our mid-year update amid increased uncertainty, slowing growth, and expectations for higher for longer interest rates. Although recession risk has declined following the easing of US-China trade tensions, business and consumer confidence has weakened. Fitch has raised its 2025 US GDP growth forecast to 1.5% from 1.2%, but expects momentum to slow as the year progresses.
I don't know how much more downside we have here. Like, I have targets that are very clear, but I think we're gonna need to chop here for a bit. I think the sell side's pretty obvious where we want to hold, right here. But I think we chop here for a bit. I mean, I'd love to be able to hold for another like 25 points down to 60, but we might be in this for another 40 minutes if we don't get the breakdown here in the next like 6 minutes, 7 minutes. See what they can do. Right, how did we develop this area of where we want to hold? Well, it's just our value low to POC of previous candle. So as long as that's maintaining and we're holding below POC, should be able to then rotate this lower area, right? If VWAP goes resistance, then we can look for another leg down. But I kind of expect that we're gonna have to chop here for a little bit if it is gonna go down. This is just the bottom of our lower balance, right? So it's very similar to our pivot here at 400, 405, where we know that there's liquidity here. We're going to have to see if this sustains and they continue to absorb, or if we can rotate down off of it. I don't have that answer for you as of yet. But if we can flip this 80, 60s feel likely. So I think all you're watching for another leg would be failure here, rotation through, and then something like this. So watch the reoffer into 80 here off of this look below. You can either take profit here now or move stops down. You should really now watch to see if 80s hold. I think that's where you should move your stop. Getting a bit of a sweeper
Rubio
into our
and Philippines
60.
Marcos discussed supply chains in meeting.
Again, as long as this value low to POC is maintaining, and now we can see that that offer is attempting to step down here. You can see the value on this candle is at this 80. Just pushed into our 60 target.
Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500, just seeing some further movements was the downside here. Still in the positive territory, it's up by about 0.2%. 0.29.
I'm debating if I close. Yeah. This is 30-second opening range on ES, so we're just back to day open here. I'm gonna flatten out. That's it for me there. I'll wait. We went to our 15-minute VWAP reversion target at 60. If 80s can now hold offer, maybe one more leg down, unsure. But that's what we wanted to see, the sweep and then push below. So I will wait now, fully out.
It's seeing a report here from a reporter on X saying the majority leader Thune met with Trump, said the topic of firing Powell didn't come up, though Trump remains frustrated with Fed chair on interest rates. Also, Thune, though, said Fed regulations do require more oversight.
I don't really see anything here. I mean, offer is at 80. Bid is at 65s. We already knew that. So nothing new. Probably got to wait till the new 15, which opens in 1 minute. And then we'll figure out which way we go. $80 offer holding, rotation back down to our 65 bid. No change.
So Thune on Trump asked to cancel August recess. Says thinking about it. So this is again from a 7-4 reporter. So again, that's Thune on Trump asking to cancel August recess. When asked about that question, it says thinking about it.
I personally don't think that there's a ton more downside, unless like news does something. That's the reason why I took profit. We'll see what happens. A lot can change, but if we start to show interest back over 380s, this is potentially our low, just like we thought, into our 15-minute VWAP, right? So we'll see. Liquidity resting at 80 on NQ, same as before. Bid still at that 65, no change. Oh boy. Offer sitting 58 on ES. Little at 57, most at 58.
Just a heads up, White House Press Secretary Levitt currently speaking to reporters. I don't think there is a live video. We'll see if there is. I don't think it's going to be that long either. Okay, so there is a live video. I'll pop it on the feed for you. We have posted out the video on the feed for you to watch.
Okay, Levitt speaking. Great. I will post the stream. Ugh. $80 offer, holding on NQ, no change, just waiting for this balance to figure itself out. Either this will hold as our offer, right, or we'll flip back above and then rotate up, trapping these guys below here. I personally, again, closed into 65.
Levitt says Trump has no plans to fire Fed chair.
I don't care about this. I'll wait. Like, if this continues to offer, awesome, right? We can look down. I just want to see how this plays out. $10-point range right now, so we'll see.
Levitt says Fed chair needs to lower interest rates. Levitt says that we're not concerned about deficit due to tax cut bill.
$50 seconds until new 15, still
Levitt
just
adds
at
that Trump continues to be engaged over trade agreements.
80 offer still holding, no change on ES. Just rotations of this little balance that we're building out here at our low.
Levis says you could see more tariff letters before August 1st.
Huge letters coming out, guys. Don't worry. Book map showing 200 lot iceberg at 265. Yeah, I mean it's the thing is like we'll have to see if this is like there's a really good chance that this is our low if we can't breach, but if these guys fail, then we should expect a pretty clear flip down, Abu. So we'll see. I closed into 65s
Levitt says Trump
on the short
admin
side
remains open to
from
talk with
a
Iran.
flip of 400s. Yeah, maybe one more leg down. I don't know, but I'm not planning on playing here. I think trying to play around 80-90 offer is fine for your top edge, but I don't have interest here personally. We played the short. I don't need to try to short our day open. Maybe we get another 20 points down, you know, but I'll wait for some speed. It's just consolidation right now after a downwards leg. Makes sense. We're at
Levitt
our
ended
50-minute
her remarks to the White House reporters.
view up right now, just balanced. Offer is attempting to lower here into 65.70. If it can flip, maybe we get one more leg down. 80 offer held. We absorbed the buyer that was into 75.80. They're now trying to step us down. Let's watch what happens on this attempt. We need to see a very clear seller try to sweep through here if it's going to happen. If not, right, we just find a bid here again into 60.65 and then rotate back up for another consolidated, another balance rotation. What's up with this liquidity at 59, Sonny asks? It's like 711 lots up there, just sitting. $65 bids, still maintaining. Offer at 80. No change. I don't remember how it looks. It's been so long since I played. I'll have to reinstall. That'll be a good on-stream game. Yeah, I just use phone games usually for that. But I've got nothing to do in any of my phone games right now. It feels really bad. Right too. Is ES in today open, RTY into ADR low, NQ little dip below. Sell side needs to hold here from 65 to 75 if we're going to keep going down. If not, I'd expect this to be a look below and then a look above and then continuation up. So right now we're watching our 65 to 75 for a potential offer. If that can hold, then downside feels likely. If we push above that, I think that the sell's probably over. See if they can hold it. Thirty seconds till new 15s. first PT should be pushed down into 45. If we can flip below 45 liquidity and then reoffer this, then there'll be another leg down that we can play. But that should be your first target if you're playing off of 65. That's your first PT here into 45. This is our full liquidity fill. Watching ES into our 30-second opening range low here. I'd love to see a very clear reoffer of this as resistance, and then we can push down. But we're going to have to see that first for me to believe that we don't just find a bid here and then step back over. I'm not sold on downtrend yet. This just looks like reversion to me still. But we'll see. Offer trying here at 45s. See if it can hold this, our offer. I'm just in one runner here off of our flip of 65. As soon as we saw this happen, where we tried to step over POC and then failed, and then we push below that value low there, it's like, okay, well, this guy's now offsides, and we've shown no interest over 80s. So this flip below now, I'm just looking for a rotation through to this liquidity at 45s. MOC soon, just watching. I don't know if there's much more here, to be honest, guys. Like, if we flip back over 65s, then we can go up, honestly. If this holds, then sure, continuation down. But not much time left in the day. There's definitely buyers at 45.
Less than a minute to go now until we expect the market on close imbalance data.
I think it's fine being flat there and just waiting for MOC to figure out what it wants to do. This bid here makes sense for a rotation back up to 65.
You're waiting for a minister telling Fox News says that we cannot give up
reversion.
That we cannot give up
here.
enrichment.
Right. So let's see what they do.
Ten seconds.
$45 liquidity
Market on close
holding.
imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 460 million, Nasdaq 100 buy side 165 million, Dow 30 sell side 399 million, and Max
Gotta get
7
over
buy side 68.9 million.
Or that'll be your full rotation off the 45 bid. As long as 45 to like 53 is kind of sustaining, then bid has a chance. This is our buyer. Bid resting at 50. Rejected our 60-65 so far, just watching. Again, spotted the buyer at 45s. We took off there. Now it's just a matter of seeing if we can hold here or not. We did exactly what I thought we would do on ES, which is look below and then look back up into our edge. Now just watching to see if we can hold above or if it's just going to rotate day open for the last 10 minutes. I think that this is more likely with the look below and now failure to for sell side to shift this. If we can bid back above, then rotation back to ETH high potentially. I don't know. We'll see. Need to see buyers over 65s here on NQ. That 60-65 offer is still very clear. Could just be balance here. I don't know. Let's see if we can find a little bid here or not. $45 buyers still there, no change. Just watching as we push back into our offer here above into 60. They're a bit more aggressive. Just need to see if this buyer will sustain or not. Yes, still rejecting our ORH. Need to see this seller flip this 45 and offer it. Buy side liquidity now sitting at 40s. They've shifted down. Let's see what they do here. I have no skin in the game here. Just waiting. This 45 can flip. We're in a very good spot for a rotation to 30s, I think. But we got to see how they interact here. You've got 5 minutes left. Again, very clear that the bid is sitting here at this 45. It's going to be, they need to flip this. Liquidity still sitting at 40s. I'd love to see a take into 40s and then offer at 45 if this was going to go down. If that flips back over after a 40 hold, I don't know if shorts have anything left. Good reoffer. Good hold. Rotating down to next target. I'm not in this. I'm not playing this garbage. But this is just our last rotation. I don't expect it too much here. We flip 25s, maybe more, but our secondary target on this flip will be to 315.
Canada's LeBlanc is to be in Washington this week for trade discussions.
2 minutes left. Offer desperately trying to step down. Bid at 25. Offer at 40.
So Canada's Prime Minister Carney makes a statement on meeting with US senators.
See our reaction here at 40. Again, that bid at 25, very clear. Just watching this offer as we push into 40s, 40 to 50, where we saw absorption last. And then the offer step through. That's the bell here. No change. Went right to target. 40 offer, still holding this 40 to 50. New 15 on the close there. We're trying to hold this 40 flip. Again, there is very clearly someone buying here into this low 40, 45. Reversion trade, if this holds, would be push back up to 75 if we can flip this. Don't have a ton more information here. So yeah, I'm not trading overnight. So just keep that in mind, though, that there's very clearly someone absorbing here. I think one more leg down into this makes sense. Into our ETH high to just this like a little fib target at 15. But yeah, not much here. I liked the 65 short and then the rotation down to 45s. Now this just looks a little messy. Very clearly being absorbed down here. I think today went really well. I don't know if people were patient enough to play it, but I mean, I had a good day. I hope you guys had a good day as well. It's pretty boring, but again, like trades are pretty clear, especially if you're using 15-minute structure with our footprint. I mean, it's our risk is obvious.
So we have posted out the
in
statement of Canada's PM Carney
Doesn't
making a
mean
statement on meeting with the US senators on the feed for you to read through.
doesn't mean it's easy to sit through it or execute off of it, but our risk is obvious. If you can manage the amount of leverage you're using and keep your risk to the parameters that we've set, like this can be a very easy day for you, these kind of days. Don't let your emotions get involved in the trades, right? Like if the trades are there, just let them play. Don't try to make something happen that isn't happening. If you struggled with today, I mean, I think it's a good day to review because it's like pretty clear balance. These are the days that like if you're keeping on the wrong side of areas, looking for more, you gotta review or you're gonna keep doing it. But like if you can learn from it, these can be some of your better days for money. They really can. All right, that's all I got to say. I'm not trying to lecture you too much, but I hope you all are doing well. Very quiet in chat, but if you have questions, you should ask them, right? Yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Peace.